les amis. Comment allez-vous? J'espère que vous avez passé un bon week-end. Voilà. Bah nous c'était calme, hein. Bon, hier j'ai fait un peu. Je suis contente de mon résultat. Voilà. On n'a pas été vraiment très présent cet après-midi. On a travaillé sur le site, bien sûr. Voilà, mais c'est très très long à créer un site et c'est voilà, et c'est assez relou en fait, hein, quand même.
Tu veux un moment de calme et de paix, si tu as une question voici la phrase qui a en lancement de ton stream.
Recommence parce que du coup,
Je commence? Non, parce qu'elle est partie. Donc, c'était si tu veux un moment de calme, machin, c'était ça en fait la phrase. Ça a commencé par ça.
ouais, donc on l'écrit bien quelque part cette phrase.
Oui, mais je ne sais pas où. Mais bon, voilà, tu m'as demandé, je t'ai...
Ouais, c'est sur Twitch quelque part dans les et ça, elle s'écrit quelque part cette phrase.
Oui, bon, on cherchera, mais je ne sais point où pour l'instant.
Ouais, ouais, voilà. Mais du coup, oui, c'est intéressant de voir la phrase. Je veux bien que tu me changes mon titre
Oui, bah attends, parce que je viens de lancer en fait.
de retour dans la passe. Tu sais, ça fait de retour dans l'impasse. Voilà, donc Forgotten City.
Forgotten, du coup, j'ai pas touché. Et du coup, voilà, normalement, ça s'est mis.
Impeccable. Écoute, toi, t'as des accents quand même sur ton clavier. Moi, j'en ai pas d'accent.
Que je me fais déjà assez enculer comme ça quand je fais une légère faute, alors que toi, c'est pire que ça vu que tu es dyslexique du clavier. Donc, du coup, j'essaye de m'appliquer en mettant les accents.
Ah ouais, non, mais moi, ça n'existe pas sur mon clavier. Voilà, ça doit être un clavier chinois que j'ai. Ça n'existe pas les accents. Mais bon, c'est comme ça, c'est comme ça. Bon, du coup, j'ai compris un truc hier soir en avançant sur le jeu. Mais bon, du coup,
Du coup, attends, Forgotten, c'est ton truc de 25 gigas que t'as avec les trucs qu'il y a au-dessus que tu pouvais pas voler, c'est ça?
du tout.
C'est lequel?
Ça, celui que tu dis, c'est je sais plus.
Helium ou Hélion ou...
Voilà, Helium. Voilà. Forgotten City, c'est celui où tu retournes dans le passé.
Je veux
Tu
dire,
te
c'est pas le même.
retrouves en... c'est une enquête, tu te retrouves à Rome et tu es coincé dans un bled.
Tu as joué la dernière fois, une fois?
Oui,
C'était vendredi, je crois.
oui,
Hmm.
voilà. Et j'avais refait un compte, je crois, juste pour moi. Et j'ai avancé sur le truc. Et du coup, je suis en train de me demander si je vais pas refaire un compte pour réavancer là que sur le stream, quoi.
Mhm.
Il y a plein de trucs que j'ai compris hier soir, du coup, et voilà. Donc, du coup, on va déjà l'allumer.
Oui, tu t'énerves maintenant, toi.
Avec l'humidité qu'il y a. Et du coup, ouais, j'aime bien. C'est un jeu d'énigmes en fait. Tu sais. Tu te retrouves coincé dans une bulle d'espace-temps en fait. Et faut que tu trouves le moyen de t'évader. J'attends de voir comment le jeu il arrive pour voir où je mets mes petits logos. Alors, donc du coup, on va refaire une partie. Je reprends là où j'en suis resté avec le. Ah, je suis monté à 4, c'est redescendu à 2.
Oui, j'ai vu. Et pourtant, les deux sont toujours là.
Hein?
Et pourtant, les deux sont toujours là.
Mais non, mais j'étais monté à 4.
Oui, j'ai vu. Pourtant, les deux sont toujours là. Oui, j'ai vu.
Et il y a plusieurs fins possibles en fait sur ce jeu aussi. Donc on va voir. En fait, les fins, ça dépend en fait des réponses que tu cliques.
Ouais, c'est un jeu aléatoire, quoi, en fait.
Hmm.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Et du coup, je crois que sur n'importe quelle partie, du coup, je suis une fille. Néron, Antoine, Néron, Antoine. Bon, on va choisir celui-là, écoute, on s'en fiche. On va être jaune. Allez, nom du joueur. Comment donc est-ce qu'on s'appelle?
Garçon ou fille?
D'accord. Mais je crois que je suis une fille, quoi que je décide.
Églantine.
Eh ben, allons-y pour Églantine.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river?
Quelle est la dernière chose dont vous vous souvenez? Alors, c'est là. Voilà. Ouais,
Oh,
bah, on va prendre
you're an
lui.
archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen. You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al. What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? My hero. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Oh, il n'emporte. Alors, il faut qu'on aille par là. Voilà, le lave-vaisselle qui est en alerte.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other
que
side.
je suis de l'autre
Consider this
considère
an
cela
invitation
comme une invitation.
or a warning. Al Worth.
Avancez, soyez jugés, les vertueux seront récompensés par la vie éternelle, les mauvais seront couverts d'heures. Ah. Oui, je suis tombée dans un trou. Une vie souterraine engloutie. On a trouvé. Oh, il y en a plein des couverts d'or, hein, du coup. Non, il n'y a personne là. Je reviens, du coup, je vais changer mes corbeaux de place. Si j'arrive là. Ah, il faut que j'attende que ça finisse de charger. Ah merde, je peux plus. Ah, tant pis, ça restera comme ça. Je peux plus aller sur. Peut-être comme ça. Ah si, comme ça. Ok.
Voilà.
Je voulais changer mes corbeaux de place. Et du coup, je vais les mettre en dessous. Voilà. Ça c'est mieux. Pom, 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 pom. Comment est-ce possible? Oh, il était barbu. Il s'est pendu. On a retrouvé
To whoever
Al
is
déjà.
this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse. She'll suffer the same fate I did.
Va
I've
vivre
spent
le
a
même
lifetime in this
sort.
place. Going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was
On est
right.
encore en essayant de
There
trouver
is no
une-
way back.
revenir
And
en
here there
arrière
are
est
only two
impossible.
options. Death, and that godforsaken doorway into
La
the
mort
past.
ou cette porte dédiée vers le
I made the
passé.
mistake of stepping through it. Hard to set things right. And I tried. I really tried.
Je revenais à
Whatever I did,
l'assemblement au
it took
début.
me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Le vortex. C'est toujours là?
Oui. Ok, d'accord.
De quoi? Tu fais quoi, toi?
Satisfactory.
Ah,
J'ai oublié de récupérer un truc. Bon, ça va, je suis pas emmerdé par le gaz là, mais j'ai oublié de prendre mes cartouches pour respirer en fait.
où est Monsieur Propre?
Salve, friend.
Je m'appelle
I'm
Galerius.
Galerius. Mind telling me who you
Pas
are
Monsieur
and
Propre.
what you were doing in the Shrine of
Ah,
Proserpina?
Donc c'est pas Monsieur Propre s'il s'appelle Gaïarus.
bah, il peut galérer pour effacer les tâches. Alors,
Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen,
la
most
plupart
folks
des
seem
gens qui
a bit
arrivent ici sont
confused when they get
confus.
here,
Vous,
but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
respectez les lois et nous nous entendrons bien. Les lois?
Not laws,
Quelle
law.
loi?
There's just one, the golden rule.
Le châtiment
And the
est
punishment for
bien...
breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Très
Follow
bien,
me.
je vous suis.
When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were
Allez,
people living
on
down
suit
here.
seul
But,
Carlus.
as you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
Yeah,
Only 23
coucou
of us at the
Donjon,
moment,
comment
if you
tu
count the 3 who are
vas?
missing. No idea
Bonjour,
how,
Jean.
since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you know.
Attends, on va reprendre. Attends, hop. J'ai oublié d'éteindre ça. Hop là.
Not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce
Bah ça
me
va,
to
ça
your
va, ça
pretty
va.
new
T'as
friend,
passé un bon week-end?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's.
Ce n'est pas à moi
It's
de
not
le
my place to
dire.
say. Down on your right is our farm,
Tant mieux si t'as
where I
passé un
grow
bon
all the
week-end,
food
du
you'll
coup.
ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm.
L'abîme
If
se
you've got a
trouve
weapon,
là-haut
it
sur
belongs
votre droite.
way
Si
down at
vous
the bottom.
avez,
Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. This central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally.
veuillez me
Follow me,
suivre,
please.
s'il vous plaît.
Il a demandé gentiment, donc je suis là.
Très bien, je vous suis.
The only thing you really need to understand right now is the golden rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Bon, on va grimper les marches du coup. Voilà.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know
J'imagine
who I
je
am.
peux connaître
May I
votre
know
nom.
your name?
Iglan
A curious name to match a curious accent.
Monsieur Migard.
But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of Athena.
Vous devez être une
You
femme
must
très
be a woman
érudite.
of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the
Les
last 7
7
months.
derniers mois.
22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working
22
together
étrangers
in our
réunis
own
par le
little
destin, vivant
paradise.
et travaillant ensemble.
And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, the many shall
La
suffer for the sins
collectivité
of the
souffrira
world.
pour les
From
péchés
what we
de
can gather,
l'individu.
breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses
De
of
Méduse
Medusa
et
and
Midas
Midas
cumulés,
combined, turning us all
qui nous
to gold.
transformerait tous en or
We've come
au
to
fil
call
du
it
temps.
the golden.
On l'appelait la règle d'or.
It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more
Le soleil
afraid
soit bientôt
that our
terminé.
time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the golden rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Alors... Donc, alors, qu'est-ce qui est considéré
An
comme un
intelligent
péché
question.
ici?
There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering...
Comme l'a fait Rome, quand même.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric. You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm. Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands. Well,
You're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual concerning the goddess of the cycle of life. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time. 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifices run more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us.
Alors, c'est beaucoup
Makes
de dialogues et des choix à faire dans la discussion, en fait, ce jeu.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Bien sûr, on va faire ça. Ah, ma chifounette, on va faire comme ça. Hein. Bon, allez, d'accord,
Oh,
je
and
m'en
one
occupe.
last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Ouais. On va aller voir Lucretia.
Ugh, this place has
Citizen.
become a thoroughfare.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Hey Horatius, how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today? If the old man couldn't keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep...
Are they? Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out. Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Les choupinettes. Poum, 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 poum. Et bah du coup ça va être calme. Oui, c'est calme.
Très calme, je dirais.
Bah si vous le dites, écoutez, hein. Ils me disent, t'inquiète pas, il y a du monde qui va passer. Alors on verra bien. Ah bah, de toute façon. On verra bien jusqu'à où on va aller avec ce... Je peux prendre apparemment le pain.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Bien.
Coucou. Je suis en train de chercher Messire Gul'dan, voilà. Je cherchais le...
L'appellation.
Voilà. Ah, pas trop mal, et toi?
Il est malade, le petit.
Qui c'est qui est malade?
Lui?
Oh, t'es malade. T'as encore de la fièvre?
Il me l'a dit ce matin.
Si vous vous envoyez des messages secrets entre vous.
T'as qu'à lire les messages qu'il y a sur le Discord de Nat et tu verrais.
Ah, bah du coup tu vas pas aller bosser demain.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius.
Ouais, ouais. Mais oui, non, mais tu dois choper une infection. On a de la fièvre que quand on chope une infection. Comment on a fait ça? Un microbe. Pas un virus, c'est un microbe. C'est terrible ce qui est arrivé à Lulia, mais il faut aller de l'avant, n'est-ce pas?
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years? Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statue was whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this silphium or not? Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget?
Forgotten City, il est sur Xbox, le Game Pass de Xbox. En fait, tu rentres dans une boucle temporelle, tu es bloqué dans un... Il faut que tu interroges les gens du village et tout, tu as des quêtes à faire et tu as des enquêtes et tout ça, quoi. Et
voilà quoi.
donc voilà quoi, je l'ai trouvé assez intéressant, mais ça parle beaucoup.
Very well. Another time.
Et
Get out of here.
Ouais. En même temps, c'est marqué sur le titre du stream, donc
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Et là, il faut courir, sinon les statues en or, elles te tuent.
Oh, mais t'inquiète, y a pas de souci, hein. Y a pas de souci. Tu vas taper sur les doigts, c'est tout.
Ouais. Ouais, c'est un jeu indépendant. C'est un jeu français en plus. C'est des créatures des créateurs français qui l'ont fait. Ah, je le trouve assez sympa. Ça fait ouais, depuis vendredi que j'y joue. Et là, j'ai recommencé avec un nouveau perso et tout pour le stream. J'y avais joué un peu, mais j'avais pas été jusqu'au bout. Et du coup, là, j'ai recréé ouais, un personnage pour le stream. Mais je le trouve assez sympa comme jeu, il est assez intéressant. Mais il est long. Puis tu répètes aussi beaucoup de fois les mêmes trucs, en fait.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind
T'as
telling me
Monsieur
who
Propre
you
aussi.
are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
Mais ça fait partie du jeu à la répétition, hein. Pour montrer que tu es dans la boucle temporelle, donc tu revis forcément les mêmes moments, quoi.
Ce qui fait rire, c'est Monsieur Propre.
Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry,
Ah bah
you should
oui.
try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake.
Ouais, il lui ressemble à Monsieur
Quite some
Propre.
courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. All right, see you around.
Non, je ne t'entends pas.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called silphium, but that Culus cumulatus decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Oh, des latrines. Merde, il a été tatoué en train de chier, lui, il a pas de bol quand même. Bon, ouais, on va... J'en suis où, moi? Non, je crois que c'est par là qu'il faut rentrer. Mais d'où il faut bien revenir l'eau? Ou des sous. Mhm. Bon, bah là, il n'y a rien. Ouais, il est tranquille, la musique de fond. Ah, il est saccadé, le jeu.
Légèrement.
Ah, bah t'aurais pas pu me le dire, non?
Parce que je viens de le voir, ça le fait pas tout le temps.
Vidéo. Là, je suis en moyen.
On va redescendre un cran, alors encore.
En faible. On dirait si c'est encore saccadé là. Ah, une immense portail arrondi là. Afin de tourner et forcer à se marier contre son gré. Bon, on va aller visiter un peu. Ouh, il y a un poème. Ma vie a été que tribulation, telle l'écule avec ses 7 travaux. Une vie sans parents, sans victoire, sans liberté, mais je la revivrai sans hésiter, car chaque perte, chaque blessure et tragédie m'a conduit vers vous, si radieuse que la flamme sacrée de Rome vous aura réchauffé mon âme. Je sais que je ne puis plus vous toucher, tout comme la flamme de Vesta, mais vous observez, vous aimez de loin, me baigner dans la lumière me suffit. Ouais, bah après je sais pas. Les histoires de bandes passantes, des fois c'est relou.
Juste une petite parenthèse. Tu te rappelles la dernière fois du match Marseille-Nice que je t'avais parlé? Jet de bouteille ou que c'est qu'il y a eu baston et tout ça là. Là, il y a Lyon-Marseille, ça fait 40 minutes que le match il est arrêté. Il y a eu la même chose encore là. Et là, c'est un supporter lyonnais qui a lancé une bouteille sur un des joueurs. Le joueur, il se roulait par terre et tout, le crâne en sang.
Ils sont pas bien, les gens.
Non, mais tu sais pourquoi? Je vais t'expliquer pourquoi. Parce que Marseille, à l'heure actuelle, est en suspension possible d'un point si jamais ils foutent le bordel. Donc tous les autres supporters, ils essayent de les pousser pour qu'on puisse prendre le point en moins. Voilà ce qui se passe.
Oui, mais comment ils peuvent balancer des bouteilles
J'ai vu son message, je cherche mon bouton pour pouvoir le valider. Putain, mais pourquoi tu veux pas? Ah oui, je suis dans le camion, c'est logique. Ça comme ça.
Ouais, non mais comment ils arrivent à balancer des bouteilles qui peuvent faire mal comme ça, quoi.
Ma chérie, tu as été avec moi stagiaire.
Oui.
Il te donne quoi? Des bouteilles d'eau.
Oui, mais il n'y a pas de bouchon dessus.
Bah ouais, mais une bouteille qui est pleine. C'est comme si tu n'avais pas de bouchon. Bah, c'est comme si tu avais une bouteille à moitié pleine avec un bouchon. Ça fait autant mal.
Ouais, non mais ce que je veux dire, c'est que...
Ah mais c'est dans les virages en plus, c'est les virages, les stadiers, ils y vont pas. Je peux te le garantir.
Ouais, non mais... Je trouve ça aberrant, quoi. Et ça me rappelle le film Hooligan.
Ouais, bah oui. Ouais. Le meilleur joueur depuis le début de la saison. Ouais, la première fois à Nice.
Ils vont finir par interdire les boissons dans les stades s'ils continuent, quoi. Ils n'auront plus le droit d'aller boire qu'à la buvette, ils n'auront plus le droit de ramener dans les tribunes.
Encore une chance. Depuis 4-5 ans, je crois maintenant, voire peut-être même un peu plus, ils ont interdit l'alcool dans les stades. Avant, tu y avais le droit.
Oui. Et ce que je veux dire, c'est qu'ils vont finir par interdire aussi les bouteilles, carrément, quoi. T'auras droit qu'à un verre en plastique.
Ils vont finir juste par faire un truc. Ah, quoique non, ça n'a rien à voir. J'allais dire, ils vont finir juste par éviter d'inviter les supporters extérieurs. Mais là, c'est ce domicile qu'on fout le bordel, donc ça n'a rien à voir, du coup.
Oui, non mais interdire les bouteilles à même dans le stade. T'auras droit qu'à un gobelet avec ton verre d'eau ou ta boisson, quoi, et c'est tout. Un gobelet va le balancer, toi. Voilà, ou alors ben, ils auront le droit que de manger à la buvette ou mais plus dans le stade même, quoi. Pas interdit la bouffe, hein. T'as le droit de manger ton casse-croûte dans les tribunes, hein. Mais ils vont finir par l'interdire dans les tribunes. Tu pourras manger que à la buvette, quoi. C'est pas dans tous les stades comme ça, hein.
Non. À Beaujoire, c'était pas comme ça. Pas à la Beaujoire, mais à la baie des Champs.
Hmm.
Ouais, puis même à la Beaujoire, moi j'y suis allé aussi.
Et c'est pas interdit dans tous les stades, c'est ça que je veux dire. Mais ils vont finir par l'interdire dans tous les stades. Hein. Sera obligé de manger à la buvette. Hein.
Ils ont joué 2 minutes 30.
Hmm. Bah ouais, non mais...
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Les arènes de Vérone furent terminées au 1er siècle et encore utilisées de nos jours. Mhm.
Ouais, ouais. Parce que le Marseille-Nice, il avait duré 70 minutes quand même. 70 ou 75, je crois même.
Ah, bah si le match y reprend pas. De la suie et de l'eau, c'était l'encre. On va fouiller là. Je suis perdu.
49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea
Moins de
over a cauldron?
figurines que
You'll
les
scare away
avatars
my
de Rome
customers.
utilisaient en raison de
They
sa
follow
teneur
their
en œuvre.
trades,
Pour laver et
imitating
blanchir.
their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
On va lancer les dés. Ok. Livrer une orgie avec 4 femmes ici, elle les a toutes déçues. Oh, bah pauvre Théophile du coup, hein.
Alors apparemment l'arbitre ne veut pas relancer le match, mais le préfet oblige à relancer le match.
Non, on peut pas y aller, là on peut pas y aller. Ok.
I love your clothes. So exotic. You stay away from my money.
Fabriqué à partir de fleurs et d'huile. Un rudimentaire servant pour se maquiller. Pour l'instant, on en a peut-être pas besoin. Bon, allez, eux.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the
Ouais, ils
one.
veulent que ça reprenne, mais... De toute façon, apparemment, les Marseillais ne retournent pas sur le terrain. Ça vient d'être dit là sur le fossé 1 sur Twitch. Et apparemment, ils veulent pas revenir. Hein.
Non, non, des chiffounettes. T'as essayé le truc en fait qu'on a eu sur Epic là où il y avait tous les jeux rétro. Ouais, et du coup ça donnait quoi?
Faut voir un peu plus.
Ah, c'était pour savoir si je le téléchargeais ou pas. Mais t'as plein de jeux rétro dessus du coup?
Ouais, j'en ai essayé un, ouais.
Non, c'était pour savoir si je le téléchargeais ou pas. Pom pom pom, pom pom pom, pom pom pom. Et du coup, à part la fièvre, t'as que ça comme symptôme? Ou t'as des douleurs quelque part ou t'as plein de douleurs, donc rhumatisme. Ouais, et du coup, t'as des médocs, non? Si, je sors du médicament, moi. Ouais, mais du coup, ça te sert pas à grand chose, tes médocs. Vu que c'est pas encore soigné. Ouais. Ah, et c'est une merde, hein. C'est un petit virus ou un microbe que t'as chopé, mais... Ah, un café pour Mira. Mister
Ah, il est de retour.
m'a offert un café. Ouais, je suis au DK, là. Ouais. T'en as pas des antibiotiques, non? Parce que là, il faut des antibiotiques en fait. T'as pris quoi? Du genre Doliprane, non? Doliprane ou Efferalgan? Ouais, il va te filer des antibiotiques demain. Ah, je sais pas. Ah, Elfie qui demande si t'es un supporter de Marseille. Bah, des antibiotiques naturels, t'en as chez toi normalement, hein. Les oignons, c'est des antibiotiques naturels. Il l'a été. Le thym, c'est un antiseptique naturel aussi. J'ai l'impression que c'est dans... Merde, comment ça s'appelle? Les boyaux. Dans les intestins, ou je sais pas. Ouais. J'ai l'impression, ouais, que c'est dans les... C'est un antiseptique, le thym, c'est pas... C'est bien pour la crève et tout ça, mais ça fait pas baisser la température. Ah, je m'en suis fait aussi, c'est quand samedi, coquelicot et thym, on a fait. Ah, mais le miel, hein. Le coquelicot, c'est bon pour tout ce qui est toux. Tout ce qui touche la gorge, la toux, les bronchites, tout ça. Ah bah ça va, c'est pas non plus des grosses fièvres, hein. Bah, c'est de la fièvre. Oui, c'est toujours chiant, mais ce que je veux dire, c'est que c'est pas de la fièvre à délirer non plus. À partir de 40, oui, c'est dangereux. Ouais, t'as pris une douche froide? Oui, il faut pas que tu restes au chaud quand tu... Ah, je te l'ai dit, je sais plus quoi, qu'il fallait pas que tu restes au chaud quand t'as de la fièvre. La chaleur nourrit la fièvre, hein. Je suis en train de chercher ce qui fait redescendre la fièvre, mais... fait, il y a plein d'anticorps. J'arrive pas vraiment à voir ce que c'est comme... c'est un virus, on me dit. Oh bah pauvre mamie, elle doit se cailler le cul, mais c'est de le mettre dans ta chambre, surtout le chauffage. Voilà où tu es toi.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Bon.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be alright. Galerius, you're amazing.
A new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Thank you so much for acting as good as
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal. The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office.
Donc c'est bon, en fait, ça a marché ton alerte sur confidence.
Satisfy your curiosity
Ah,
rather more
c'est cool, ouais.
indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way.
Ah, du coup, mes alertes de live elles vont être sur confidence aussi. Puis t'as vu, on a fait des changements sur confidence.
You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you... Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed... older. I see. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've... Have you spoken with any of the others about how they are... I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember.
Ah, puis t'as vu, en plus, la musique elle est relax, le jeu est relax. Et chez moi, c'est chill, hein. Coucou Ludo.
Maman!
I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you, too.
Ah, qu'est-il
Up
arrivé
until
à
a few
Livia?
weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community. Darning clothes, she was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up. And then, about a month ago, she withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help. But she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will
Faites
you?
attention, d'accord? Je ferai attention, promis, hein?
Now, go and follow the thread of truth
Ah,
through this
désolé,
labyrinth,
trois
and
fils
come back to me
conducteurs.
if you discover any patterns. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The
La
sixth.
Légion, la 6e, comme
One
il
they
appelle
call
les cuirassés.
Ironclads. Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either. None of your business. Introiti ipsum commensula. If we have to. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation? I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
Ce que j'ai à dire, c'est que je déteste le fait que ma survie dépende des mensonges des autres.
I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking?
Ne les regardez pas
Like
comme
they're
si elles attendaient
waiting
quelque chose.
for
J'aime
something.
pas ça.
I don't like it. Of course I am. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius.
Voilà,
Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. whatever.
Feeling all right? I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place, at least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was the closest thing we had down here, and she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed, and he's in constant pain. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how you go.
Ah, de l'écorce de saule. Gul'dan. C'est écrit là, de l'écorce de saule pour les rhumatismes.
Eh, bonne nuit quand même.
Mais oui, bonne nuit. Ah, pour les flatulences de la rhubarbe. Ah bah tu peux aussi, hein, bon c'est un petit peu moins efficace, mais... C'est l'écorce de saule, mais c'est l'écorce de l'arbre. En fait, il faut la nettoyer et puis après en faire des tisanes. Il y a encore de l'eau dans la bouilloire. J'ai le nez, il est tout sec. Allô? Ça y est, je l'ai perdu. Allô?
Oui.
Oui? Tu m'entends plus ou...
Si, mais j'étais en train d'écouter là ce qu'il te disait là.
Mais quoi? Tu reprenais pas le match?
Ah si, justement, si.
Voilà. Est-ce qu'il y a encore de l'eau dans la bouilloire? Parce que j'ai le nez qui est tout sec.
Derrière moi, non.
Oui, bien. Boum, 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 boum. Fumons, fumons. Ouh, il y a des animaux, hein. Coucou mon animal chérubin. Hein? Oui, ben je viens de le voir que là. Il n'y a que là qu'on m'a dit qu'il y avait un animal chérubin. Oh, il y a la dame qui pleure.
Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga. Look, if you don't have time to listen to me, don't let me keep you. All right. I'd been here about a week. When it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and so when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done any. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what hemlock?
De la ciguë. Oh, la vilaine y a donné de la ciguë.
It's a deadly poison made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only he didn't see. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized that that's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible. He locked me in his villa, confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest. His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to my hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle. Thanks, I suppose.
Salve. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. Alright. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious, mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the... See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. all the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put... And in one swift motion, she topples a whole bloody... Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable... Look around you, there must be more gold in here than in the treasury of... I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen... Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. Thank you, friend. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Not gonna happen. Very well. Another time.
Mm-hmm. Là, il n'y a rien.
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow. You know why. There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Salve. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Alors...
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. Well, yes, that could be the reason. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake, and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option. Perhaps not. But that's just my point. With this god, who knows? It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my
avec mon inclinaison
preference
pour
for
la
male
compagnie
company.
masculine.
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Come back and let me know what you find. This area is private. Please leave.
Ah, un autre monsieur propre.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps? My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to... I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares. And drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. Anything you like. Shh! Not so loud! What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is, and scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, so it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place. And so I say, it is best to not even discuss it aloud. Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Si je votais.
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous, though. Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Bon, du coup, le match est définitivement arrêté. Il y a tout ce qui est la ville ou autre et l'arbitre voulait reprendre le match, mais c'est la LFP, donc la ligue de foot professionnelle, qui a dit stop, le match il n'est pas rejoué, ne vous inquiétez pas, demain matin on se réunit en urgence pour parler de cette affaire-là. Et du coup, avec le communiqué de la LFP, ils condamnent directement ceux qui reçoivent, donc Lyon. Parce qu'ils doivent être. C'est comme si tu étais en voiture et que tu as un accident, tu dois te mettre de ton véhicule. Et en fait, donc Lyon doit être maître de son public. Donc, et vu que c'est les Lyonnais qui ont envoyé les bouteilles ou quoi que ce soit, donc du coup, ils vont être condamnés. Ah, pour l'instant, je ne sais pas quoi, donc la suite, on la saura demain ou dans les semaines qui suivent.
Ah, de retour de Jonjon. Ah ouais. Bah, c'est un accent anglais romain antique en fait. 。 Donc c'est l'accent de l'italien qui parle anglais. On n'y vole pas ces deniers. Non, non, non.
Greetings and salutations.
Ah, la porte, elle est verrouillée. On va aller voir par là ce qui se passe. Si je vais là, ça me ramène là. Ok. Il y avait un truc par là. Ah, là il y a plus de tir. Le psychompo nous a tous bernés. Ok. Là, on se retrouve encore dans les chiottes. Bah oui, non. Bon.
Feeling all right? Oh, I see. Well, what's the treatment? Willow back. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Ah. On va regarder ça.
Ah. Oui, je sais que ça a un peu de latence, mais je peux pas y faire grand-chose. Je suis au minimum partout. Et en fait, ça vient...
Thank you.
Ça vient de
I'm
la bande
really glad you
passante.
arrived when you did.
Essaye, toi, fais voir.
Par rapport à ton code créateur, là?
Ouais.
Mhm. Ouais, je suis sûr.
Ouais, le flic il va regarder pour le code de Gemki.
Ah bah faut que je crée un compte, j'ai pas envie.
Mhm. Ouais, c'est bizarre. Ouais, je regarderai ça demain sur un site là. Et du coup, ouais, je ferai ça demain. Alors, Among Us, c'était bien.
I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about this changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea the last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her. And then she shut herself in the palace. Bad, she's been gone. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
Où tu as vu que j'allais reprendre code mobile? Ouais, faut que je désinstalle tout pour que je réinstalle tout, ouais. Avec les nouvelles mises à jour de Windows, ça m'a tout déréglé le PC, quoi. C'est relou. Je peux même pas faire les mises à jour de code sur Gameloop, ni rien, quoi. Mais c'est pas à l'ordre du jour vraiment de reprendre code mobile, quoi.
You did? That's unexpected. But tell me, what is it?
Ouais, comme je t'avais parlé, maintenant, donc quoi, tu peux envoyer des CP à telle ou telle personne. Sur code.
Ouais.
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did.
Ouais, bah déjà que nous on avait du mal à s'en payer un passe, c'est pas pour le payer aux autres. Après, voilà quoi. Les trois quarts, les passes qu'on a eu, on l'a gagné.
Il y en a un qu'on a gagné, il y en a un qu'on a offert, il y en a un qu'on a payé, je crois que c'était le premier. Le premier, on s'était payé.
Ouais.
Après, il y en a un, on l'a gagné.
Ouais.
Et le dernier, on nous l'a offert. Enfin, moi, pour moi, le dernier, on nous l'a offert. Toi, t'as pris ton dernier là après.
Ah bah oui, il y en a un, oui, on nous l'a offert.
Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Gladly. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Je m'en vais. Là, il faut que je trouve Rufus. Il est où Rufus? Non, c'est pas par là. Rufus, t'es où mon Rufus?
Isn't
Hello?
the great temple majestic?
C'est pas dit pour l'instant. Faut que je trouve Rufus.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Bon, je reviens, faut que j'aille au petit coin. Bon, je peux pas faire échapper. Ok, bon, bah, je reste là. J'aille au petit coin.
Je savais pas que tu pouvais te faire ban de Twitter aussi.
Ah bon?
Ah ouais. Il y en a un, il vient de se faire ban en direct.
De Twitter?
Oui. Il était en train de filmer les réactions du président de Lyon ou autre. Et compte suspendu. Et c'est fait pour ça, hein. C'est fait pour ça. Plus tu joues, plus tu t'améliores.
Mais oui, sur Twitter, oui, mais à mon avis, c'est sur dénonciation qui s'est fait.
Là, c'était, il était en direct et il y avait 960 personnes qui étaient en train de le regarder. Dont moi, parce que je suis arrivé dessus, parce que j'ai vu...
Sur Twitch ou sur Twitter?
Twitter.
Tu as regardé sur Twitter, alors?
Sur Twitter, oui, il y en avait un qui était en direct en train de filmer le président de Lyon ou autre, et au bout d'un moment, compte suspendu, je crois. Oui, parce que je cherche le communiqué de la LFP que tout le monde arrive à lire ou autre, et moi j'y arrive pas. Voilà, c'est tout.
Oh. Bah c'est cool ça.
Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not? Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh.
Ouais, elle est couille.
The shrine is collapsing.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl!
Oh, elle est quick. Ouais, bah là, mais c'est cool, Jonjon, si t'arrives à faire ça. Ouais, je peux même plus rentrer sous le jeu, donc... Et là, en ce moment, j'ai pas trop le temps de regarder ça. Quand même que j'aille là-bas. Et après, il va falloir que je cours.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live.
Ah, mais elle va
If you lie to
ressusciter
me or
après,
otherwise
t'inquiète.
obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will
Le
put
jeu,
this
c'est une
arrow
boucle
through your
temporelle.
chest. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? You're not going to get your claws into me. I was told Quintius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave?
Eh ben, bonne nuit, Jonjon. Merci d'être passé.
Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an
À
awful
bientôt.
lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists, there's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it. Very well, here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process. Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not? Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words? Aha, I knew it. Now it's my turn to tell you something. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
retour forest. Ouf. Et une autre boucle temporelle.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. All right, friend, suit yourself. Just don't do anything too reckless till you've spoken with Magistrate Sentius in his villa down there. See you around.
Arrête de marcher, connasse.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication. What was that? Some kind of joke? If it was, it wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern? Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give... So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you? Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or not? Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, "Let the buyer beware," right outside my tavern. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink. All right, see ya. You stay away from my money.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine? Oh, you sound serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone.
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, citizen? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter, I should say, and the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl.
Je sais pas à quoi ça correspond la Ligurie.
That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labour does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Alors, Aurélia, je l'ai dit. Claudia, je ne l'ai pas vu.
Not sure why you said it like that, but whatever. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother in arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. What's done is done. I was was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it, so railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing. A war crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent. Seems that way. War crimes. Ridiculous. If you like. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze of a helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change. I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings. All right?
Bon, alors... Ouvrir refuse.
En train de faire des pompes, l'autre, là?
Ouais.
C'est toi qui lui as dit les faire?
Non, non, c'est un gladiateur. Ah.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head.
Pour me remettre d'aplomb.
This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
Hein?
On a fait peur.
Oh. Je vous en dois une. Ok.
See you around.
rendu, c'est fait.
Citizen.
Citizen. Petite pause yaourt pour prendre des forces pour la suite. Je dis petite pause yaourt pour prendre des forces pour la suite. Avec tous ces voyages temporels. Ça devient épuisant. Du coup, on n'est plus qu'un.
Non, toujours 3 en plus apparemment.
Bah, chez moi, on n'est plus qu'un.
Oui, non, mais je vois avec la liste, moi.
Non, ça te plaît pas, ça. Bon, bah tant pis pour toi, hein. Je te dis, hein, tant pis pour toi. La poubelle, elle, ça lui plaît. Sont rentrés manger, les garçons.
Il y a Grisou qui vient de sortir.
J'ai pas fait attention.
Grisou qui vient de sortir. Noiro, il est sorti il y a en gros une demi-heure. Lulu, je sais pas s'il est encore là ou sorti.
Non, mais c'était pour savoir s'ils s'étaient rentrés manger. Parce que j'ai pas fait
Ils
attention.
sont tous rentrés manger. Hein.
Avec les allers-retours, j'ai pas fait attention. Des falaises, il y a des falaises partout. Bon, du coup, maintenant, ouais, regardez.
A new face. And may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. And did you notice anything? A pattern? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. Certainly. I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another.
Que pensez-vous de la Reine d'Or?
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and why do you... Certainly. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long. Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Borsis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic. Realizing only a select few possess such powers, says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, for we will grant a wish." So old Borsis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves. I'm pleased to hear it. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Quelque chose par là, non.
Citizen.
On a déjà été. Pom, 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 pom. Si je prends... Avec une balance comme ça, t'as pas besoin de piles. Hein? Oui, je ne l'ai pas interrogé encore.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? you go through me.
Alors, il était une fois. Quelle est votre histoire? Il était une fois, non?
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunnis.
Comme un fatus cunus. Hein, à mon avis, c'est un foutu connard, non?
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us? Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return. Dunno. Something good. Hey, Caput Merde. Future AS. Just make it good. Os inculio mio. Just make it good. Just make it good. Yeah? What have you got for me? Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron. If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll skin you alive, you Pusilla Semitarius Mocus.
On évitera certaines traductions latines.
Il y a lui qui est là, qui veut te sortir maintenant. Du coup, ils seront tous sortis.
Hey, you're not
Allez.
thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. You should go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there.
and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Ah. Mais relou ce truc là. Relou ce truc là, il me court après. Il y a une statue en or qui bouge. Voilà, est-ce qu'on a vu quelque chose? Ah, on a déjà visité là. Ah, je vais pas monter à l'étage. Bon, bah, il y avait rien. Oui, bah ça arrête pas. Bon, du coup. Voilà, toujours une porte verrouillée.
Salve.
Hello? You're going to let me out of here? Really? Darius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. What about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was bad. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. Bye-bye.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. I'll keep it between us. I promise. You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp a fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position.
Oui, c'est Monsieur Propre, Monsieur Ludo.
All right to me. So, I'll tell you what, I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Ah, depuis tout à l'heure, on le dit que c'est Monsieur Propre. Je suis innocent. perdu dans les couloirs.
Baisse la tête.
Ouais, on sait pas. Non, pour l'instant, non.
Le plafond est bas.
Non, je vais pas voler le pain. Il y a des chrétiens dans le coin. On voit plus rien. Et par où la sortie? Il n'y a plus de piles. Si je vais par là, ça m'emmène où du coup? Il y a des trucs par là. Oh, il y a un gros trou. Oh, 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 oh. C'était pas par là. Oh, il y a un coffre. Oh, une bouteille de vin, c'est du Bourgogne. La dernière bouteille de vin de la cité, on va pas laisser ça, non, quand même.
Oh bah non.
Ah, il n'y a pas d'armes dans ce jeu. On tue personne. Mais on peut les saouler par contre, t'as vu? Ça, c'est là qu'il faut que je me baisse. Hop. Ouais. Mais ça dit rien. Pour l'instant, on peut pas grimper par là. Non, on vient de là. C'est là qu'on a trouvé le Bourgogne, donc je ne vais pas par là. Bah bonne nuit, à demain. Un petit mot. Déjà, Tito, entendu, sur 9 arpents, offrait ses entrailles à lacérer. Toi, Tantale, tu ne saisis pas la moindre goutte d'eau et l'arbre au-dessus de toi se dérobe à toi. Toi, Sisyphe, tu cherches à saisir un rocher où tu le pousses. Rocher prêt à retomber, Ixion tournant en rond, se poursuivant et se fuyant les deux audacieuses qui machinèrent la mort de leur cousin. Les bélites s'appliquent sans fin à puiser l'eau qui se perd aussi. Air sans chair ni os. Serait-on perdu? Et va par là. Je veux trouver la sortie. Où est la sortie, hein? C'est pas par là, c'est peut-être par là. Non, c'est pas pareil. Elle est où la sortie, hein? Par là, on peut pas sortir. Dis-moi la sortie, hein. Où est la sortie, hein? C'est que des cul-de-sac, t'as plus de sortie? Ah ah, là, il y a des escaliers là. C'est par là. Non, là, ça me ramène là. Nous sommes perdus. Ah, on va prendre la corde. Où a-t-on atterri? Ah, on a atterri là au centre. Ok. Oh, il fait jour. Ça n'a pas été par là, je crois encore. Hein. Mais après, tous ces escaliers n'empêchent. Sauvez-moi, c'est marrant ça. C'est bien, il y avait des trucs. reviennent là. Ouais, c'est pas marrant. Il y a une qui reviennent là, qui arrivent là. Mais par de là-haut. Faut que je trouve savoir comment on monte là-haut en fait. Mais après ça me servira peut-être à rien hein, mais... À mon avis, c'était pas par là.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
suis riche, dis donc.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not? Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule. Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you know what. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are, a gold leaf bow. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
là, moi, que je voulais aller, c'était... Ça va me faire quelque chose par là, non? Un méchant de je sais pas quoi là qui bourdonne. Non, tu vois?
Ouais.
Bien sûr. Et je sais comment pour échanger là.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. And yet you did. And now, here we are. With me out here and you in there. Until you give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Du coup, maintenant, on va où? Bon, ça m'aide pas, ok. Je comprends pas où je dois aller, moi, là. Ça, je veux dire, je suis bloquée là. Il y avait un truc là, mais c'est loin, quoi.
C'est haut, c'est tout.
Ils m'ont fait grimper là, ok. Trouver un moyen de retourner dans la cité, là, ça m'aide, hein, les gars.
C'est toujours qu'ils ont des phrases comme ça pour t'aider.
Ok, bon, ben, j'ai rien, j'ai pas de corps, j'ai rien. les cordes là, je peux pas les ramasser, tu vois ce que je veux dire?
Ah bah oui.
Là, il n'y a rien. Ok. Bon, si je vais là-dessous.
C'est la flotte, t'as déjà essayé, non? Il y a de la flotte qui est devant toi.
Oui, mais c'est là que je viens.
Ok. Je vais attendre, ne bouge pas.
Il y a quoi?
Je veux dire comment l'ascenseur escalier avec des gens.
Quoi?
Tu viens d'où? Reviens, retourne d'où tu viens.
Mais je viens de là. Et toi là, je peux pas. Voilà. Et du coup là, je peux pas remonter, tu vois.
Et tu viens de là-haut?
Ouais, je viens de là-haut. Donc il faut que je revienne là. Donc du coup, j'ai ouvert le coffre là, hop. Donc c'est ce qu'il y avait dans le coffre. Là, elle m'avait dit de jeter une flèche, tu vois, en or pour les algues. Tu vois, mais c'est pour que je puisse remonter une fois que j'avais traversé. Tu vois. Hop, ok. Donc là, il faut que je me mette accroupi pour passer. Donc là, on peut pas passer, il y a un cadavre, mais c'est tout. Là, il y avait le petit mot de machine, je l'ai lu. Donc là, je regarde quand même, mais non. Ok. Donc si je vais au bout, là, il n'y a rien. Hein, on est d'accord. Je vois plus de chemin du coup. Donc là, il faut que je saute là. Là, il n'y a rien d'autre que ça, là. Et là, j'arrive au bout.
Relève un peu la caméra.
Relève
un peu la caméra. Non, relève la caméra.
Ouais, c'est pas ça, mais là, regarde, la tête, elle bouge. Ça. Ça. Ok, je sais pas si ça peut m'aider, mais bon.
Essaie de sauter en face. Attends. Non, pas là-haut.
Attends, tu m'as dit de relever la caméra.
Oui, mais c'était pour... C'est pas autant. Ce que je voulais voir, c'était le chemin qu'il y avait en face. Là.
Oui, il y a une bougie là en face, mais je sais pas comment y monter.
Et en sautant d'ici, en courant et en sautant, je ne sais pas, je demande.
Ah. pas réussi tout à l'heure. Ok. Va avoir des boissons chaudes, mon cher. Le fond de café qui reste, il est tout froid dans ma salle. Je sais pas si c'est ça qu'il fallait faire, mais en tout cas, je l'ai fait. encore une statue dorée vivante, tu sais. Du coup, j'y ai mis un coup d'arc. Ça l'a totalement... Encore. Ah, je t'assure, merde, mais rends-moi mon arc là. Ça, du coup, elle me fait mourir pour rien, quoi. Vous voulez pas me redonner mon arc? C'est une partie que je connais pas, ça, parce que je l'avais pas fait encore. Du coup. Bon, j'espère que je vais pouvoir revenir où je suis morte. Ah, cool, ouais, je suis là. Et il y en a combien? Comment je fais pour... je suis encore morte. Je comprends pas. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? Et il veut pas me redonner l'arc. Je comprends pas pourquoi je l'ai encore. Ah, j'avais. Ah, donc il faut pas que je quitte l'arc. En fait, il y en a plusieurs de trucs.
Une flèche et ça les arrête?
Bah, ça les met en or. Ça les rend en statue totalement en or.
Tu tires pas dessus? Là, oui.
qui avait tiré dans le bassin. Ok. Je regarde s'il n'y a pas des trucs à récupérer ou je sais pas sur d'autres quêtes en même temps, tu vois ce que je veux dire. Voilà, il m'a redonné des flèches, tu vois. J'ai eu un coffre avec des sous. Donc apparemment, il faut
You're not
qu'on...
supposed to be here.
Voilà, ces deux-là disent bien. Bah. Il faudrait que je tombe là. Ok. Oh, c'est dur là. Oh, ça fait déjà 4h35, l'air de rien. Du coup, j'ai bien fait de recommencer et pas avoir la bourse. Ouais, avant de descendre au Gleipisee. Nous revenons après un petit pissou. À tout de suite.
C'est pas grave.
Je sais pas comment faire là. Il y en a 4 d'un coup. Là, ce que je veux dire.
De quoi qu'il y en a 4 d'un coup? J'ai entendu 4 d'un coup, mais j'ai pas entendu le truc avant.
Bah, les bonhommes en or qui bougent là.
Ah,
Ça, ce que je veux dire, il y en a 4 d'un coup et c'est un peu relou quoi. Tu vois, et je meurs tout de suite en fait.
mhm.
Ah ah. Où j'ai trouvé, je suis pas morte.
Ok.
Bon, faut que j'arrive à grimper là-haut. Merde.
Là, je viens de comprendre un truc. Ah, mais lâche-moi ça. Bon, j'ai un problème avec un jeu.
Ah putain. Ah. C'est juste, il stream encore. dis juste qu'il stream encore.
Oui. Il m'a demandé de le rejoindre, mais t'étais en stream.
Celui-là de Call of Duty.
C'est celui que j'ai mis à télécharger hier soir, le truc que je t'ai parlé hier soir.
Ah ouais. Bah, tu joueras avec lui demain. Je dis tu joueras avec lui demain du coup.
Oui.
Ah, c'est toi qui m'a demandé de choisir tout à l'heure. Si je voulais. Donc du coup voilà, puis là je suis bien parti dans le jeu en fait.
Ouais, il m'avait juste parlé de ces alertes, il m'avait pas dit dans quoi qu'il voulait jouer ou streamer ce soir, sinon...
Ah oui, il aurait dû le dire tout à l'heure. Ou t'aurais pu lui poser la question aussi tout à l'heure. Aussi.
Oui, mais non, mais j'ai pas envie de te déranger, donc non.
Non mais c'est pas ça, mais ce que je veux dire c'est que tout à l'heure quand il t'a posé le truc...
Oui, il aurait pu me dire, il aurait pu me le dire, me
Oui,
poser la
mais
question.
t'aurais pu aussi lui poser la question.
Ouais, mais j'étais dans son truc et puis je faisais autre chose, je crois, à côté, je sais plus.
Voilà quoi, donc voilà. Mais bon, c'est vrai que là je suis...
Ça me permet d'avancer un peu dans Lara Croft.
Ah, t'es dans Lara Croft.
Ouais.
Ah, moi, ça me permet d'avancer dans ce jeu-là, quoi, mais là où je suis, c'est assez hard quand même. C'est un truc que j'ai pas fait encore, tu sais, même sur la partie. En fait, la partie que j'ai fait hier, j'avais réussi à tuer le méchant, là, tu sais, qui avait l'arc. Mais c'est tout ce que j'ai été hier. J'avais pas été aussi loin. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? Et ça me fait revenir là. Est-ce que là... Non.
Oh boy. My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Bon, et je ne vois pas où il faut que j'aille. J'ai loupé quelque chose, ou je sais pas. Cool, ça me donne plein de flèches, mais non, du coup, j'avais bien oublié des trucs. Donc avant de partir, je voulais être sûre que j'avais rien oublié. j'aille par là. Non, moi je veux bien. Je veux bien aller par là. Ok. Après, là, je vais où? Et puis là, ça me fait redescendre. Tu veux pas m'aider là?
Attends, je finis la cinématique et il faut que je mette pause. J'ai pas le choix.
Alors, quel est ton problème?
Eh ben, il faut que j'aille là-bas, à mon avis, tu vois, pour atteindre les pièces là. Non, je sais pas. Ils me font faire le tour là. Tu vois. Et là, si je vais pour hier, en fait, ça me mène nulle part. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? Là, je peux marcher. Là, je peux marcher. Ah, et c'est après. Ah. Et toi, arrivé là, je suis coincé, je ne peux plus descendre parce que c'est le trou par lequel je suis arrivé. Hein.
C'est là que tu es arrivé.
Non, c'est pas là que je suis arrivé, mais en fait, je peux pas y rentrer. Même si je me mets accroupi, je peux pas y rentrer. Tu vois, je suis bloqué.
Pas encore accroché dans tes lianes, là? Je te demande pas de t'y raccrocher, je te demande si tu étais encore accroché.
Pouf, et je suis tombé.
Alors t'es arrivé par où?
Bah de là. Hop. Donc j'ai ouvert là. Voilà. Donc du coup j'ai tué tous les bonhommes là. Donc, je peux la récupérer du coup. Je vais tirer dans le vide. Ok. Donc j'ai fait le tour, hein. De toute façon j'ai récupéré, je pense avoir récupéré tout ce qu'il y avait à récupérer. Les portes tu peux pas les ouvrir. Et oui, mais c'est pas évident. Ouais, si tu tires trop bas, il faut leur tirer vraiment ou au niveau de la tête, quoi. Ou dans la tête ou sur les épaules. Et toi, même là, je peux pas... Du coup, j'ai pu les tuer, mais du coup, je peux pas passer.
Toi, pas te mettre accroupi. Et avancer. Non, je sais pas, je demande.
Non, ça, même si je saute, en fait, je peux plus avancer. Oh, ok.
Et par là, on va donner 100 mètres, là, c'est ça?
Je regarde, hein, mais bon, toi, je peux pas...
Je te pose une question.
Hein?
Je te posais une question.
Quoi?
Les 100 mètres qu'il y a, c'est là où il faut payer?
Oui.
Ah, ouais. Je pense que je peux pas les ouvrir, ça me dit.
Non.
On va essayer quelque chose.
Voilà, je peux pas ouvrir.
Là, à gauche. La porte.
Là, je crois que j'ai déjà fouillé celui-là, ouais. Là, c'est pareil, je peux pas ouvrir. Donc, du coup, il reste que là. Et tu vois, là, on a... Là, c'est un mec qui a 4 pattes. T'es d'accord? Ok. Donc là, il faut que je mette à 4 pattes. Et il faut que je marche là. Le chemin que j'avais déjà mis en doré. Et toi, là, il y a le gars qui me montre qu'il faut aller par là, il y a les machins. Ok. Donc là, hop, faut bien que je longe. Du coup, j'arrive là. Et écoute, toi, c'est pas la même porte. On est d'accord. Et du coup, là, je peux pas avancer. Hein?
Accroupi, une très bonne femme, elle est accroupie.
Ah, accroupi, toi, j'ai la flèche, elle est comme ça. Alors, ça y est, tout à l'heure, j'y étais aussi et ça voulait
Je
pas.
sais pourquoi tu n'as pas pu passer. La porte. C'est pas la porte. C'était là. Je ne veux pas avancer.
Eh oui, mais bon, c'est pas évident.
Mais il y a certains jeux, il faut vraiment se foutre en face.
C'est pour ça que j'aime pas être en troisième personne. Ah, putain, j'étais pas vu arriver ce temps-là.
Il y a certains jeux, t'as pas le choix.
Merde, connasse. Ah, fait chier, du coup j'ai changé les...
Ok.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place. must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
T'attaques avec une pince, sérieusement?
And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Ah, elle reviendra en or et nous serions réunis. Il suffirait qu'une seule petite.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood? You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Non, bah, c'est pas là la porte, elle était où la porte?
What? Are you still here?
Voilà, je me suis trompée. On arrive? Encore un briquet sans gaz, va falloir que tu les recharges. On en a encore du gaz au moins?
Oui.
Il va falloir que tu penses à les recharger quand même. Faut en recharger quelques-uns quoi. Il y en a plus beaucoup déchargés. Hein. Chargé.
Welcome. Feeling all right? That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
L'objet. Ok. Il n'y a pas un autre coffre? Mhm. Ok.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Shiny. You took care of him? An accident? So, it's over? Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
Sur le point de s'effondrer.
So you kind of murdered him then?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Mhm.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Oh, poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Oh, well then. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors. Isn't the great temple majestic?
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's your funeral.
Let me die. Thank you.
C'est pas là. Mhm. Voilà. Ah, bah il est où ce bassin? Merde. Non, c'est pas celui-là. Pas par là que je dois grimper, ça c'est sûr. Pas par là. Ok. Merde.
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? What? No! You can't just leave me here! How can you be so heartless? It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please. You're making a mistake.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Ave again. Did you find what you need? Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of...
golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Shiny. Salve and welcome. Need something? Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are for us? What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Lucretia works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables. And Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it? Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we? Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. Terrible shame that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I popped my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who, it was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. How'd you do?
Bon, du coup, il faut que je fasse ça. Hmm. Ah. Il est super long ce jeu. Hein. J'aurais pas cru aussi long du coup. T'as vu tout ce que j'ai fait déjà là?
6 heures, déjà.
Non mais c'est plusieurs heures de jeu et j'ai l'impression d'en avoir fait que... d'avoir rien fait en fait du jeu quoi.
Ah, a visitor.
J'imagine quand même que depuis le temps que je joue à Lara Croft, que j'ai fait que 30% du jeu. Et je suis en mode facile. Je compte le faire dans tous les modes.
Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? You have much to learn. It's best if you figure it out on your own. Come back once you've made progress.
Les coins, c'est pas évident de se retrouver, hein. C'est des vrais labyrinthes, les trucs. On va faire une pause yaourt. Enfin, on va peut-être pas tarder non plus d'aller se coucher. Si là en 6 heures, de toute façon j'ai pas fini le jeu.
Ouais, peut-être, tu peux même pas savoir combien de pourcents. Moi, le pourcentage, c'est noté. À chaque pourcent, c'est noté en fait. Je viens de passer à 30%. J'étais à 20 tout à l'heure, mais là, je suis à 30. J'aime bien parce qu'il est bien fait en plus de ça, le Tomb Raider.
Ouais, bah mon jeu aussi est bien fait.
J'ai pas dit qu'il était bien fait, c'est qu'en fait, les derniers Tomb Raider que j'avais joués, c'était les Tomb Raider qu'il y avait sur la PS1.
Oui, je connu aussi, tout est carré.
Oui, donc là, c'est différent, quoi.
Et c'était hard comme jeu de plateforme quand même.
C'est pas ça, c'est que t'avais pas le joystick pour te décaler. Et voilà.
Bah ça aussi, ça c'est décalé.
Ah bah voilà, bah ça monte de là. Non mais, de là.
Et bah attends. Décidément. Elle est toute propre cette veste. Je l'ai lavée il y a quoi? Il y a 2 jours?
Toi, je crois que tu l'as remis ce matin.
Ouais, mais je l'ai lavé dans la semaine. J'avais mis du café là, voilà, maintenant je mets du yaourt. Formidable, je trouve. Hein. Oh, tiens. Bon, allez. Jouer encore un petit peu, puis après, on va pas tarder d'aller se coucher. Donc là, il faut que je trouve quel est le dieu qui provoque. Oui, la vaisselle. Hein. Oui, bah la prêtresse, oui, mais pour l'instant, la prêtresse, elle n'a rien à me dire.
Là, c'est dans le jeu, je le dis juste.
Oui.
Le genre, là, il est en solo, il a fait 584 kills. 584 zombies.
Oui, je suis avec les zombies, sûr. Ah, tu as dit que tu joues avec lui demain soir?
Non, pas encore.
Là, il y en a un là avec Supercard, il a 578 viewers. Avec le jeu là des Rico. Hein. Il y en a deux qui jouent à ça. 3. Quatre. Punaise.
Donc c'est bon pour demain soir.
Bah non, mais j'aurais pas streamé pendant ce soir.
Oui, donc,
ouais, bon, j'étais parti.
Après, je savais pas ce que j'allais faire. Donc,
Oui, mais le magistrat, pour l'instant, je m'en fiche. C'est pas le...
Imagine que j'en ai que 4 qui stream. Là. Il y en a un, il est à 611 viewers. Et les 3 autres, c'est 7KT1 et je les connais, les 3 autres. Toi, dis juste, et Willy.
Ah oui, lui, il en a 7.
Ouais.
Un, c'est moi, bien sûr.
Oui, alors qu'on est plus que ça.
Bon, bah là, j'avais rien à trouver, il n'y avait rien à prendre. Puis là, tu me dit d'aller voir la prêtresse, mais... j'ai pas envie d'aller...
Citizen. Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. No idea what you're talking about? Yeah? Prove it. See you around.
Ah oui, oui.
Ah bah t'es plus renfermé. Un petit truc compacté.
Il y avait des yaourts?
Non, pas de ça.
Elle me bouffait mes pains au chocolat?
Ah oui.
T'as bouffé tes croissants, toi, déjà?
Ouais, c'était des croissants tout durs après.
Registre. Oui, il a dit Rufus. Ah, en effet, Galguerus. Ok.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Coucou. Vas-y, Vivi, je t'entends. En fait, quand tu marches, tu peux pas les...
Ah, you again. No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Citizen.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Ave again. Did you find what you need? It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow. I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. Certainly. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Ave. We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you've sought me out again for a reason. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though Magistrate before I... It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This... My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as... Now they were... The next thing I went look... I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been... Unfortunately... Very well. Ask them. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and... Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have... I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from... It was 3 weeks ago. We ate up... We went into our room. I think so, yes. That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. All I know. So you'll help me find her? Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find... What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that. I wonder how I could have missed it. Strange, but well done, I suppose. But it's odd.
It was only... You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
Il n'y avait rien.
What is it, citizen? He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. All right?
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth, the fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now, surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one moment to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more... And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life. The next time I awoke, you showed up. But you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day. What? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done had... Because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took. The path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, so you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, and as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become And why would I agree to that? I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever, until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods sent... What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and night... Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
cafe again. Did you find what you need? Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which god that is. And I'm afraid even I don't know, although I have my suspicions. This might sound like a strange question, but please, humor me. How did you find your way here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you? You do? Well then, have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. You have? Then what is it? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier, you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Alors.
But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Don't you just love springtime?
Ah, ah. Elle veut me montrer quelque chose dans le bain. Ouh, la coquine prêtresse. Je suis pas dans le bon sens. Ouh, des polos à cette heure-là.
Nitsuko.
Bienvenue Nitsuko et merci pour le follow.
C'est moi qui lui ai donné, il est sur le stream de Petit Juste aussi.
Ah, j'ai perdu ma bonne femme du coup. Voilà, elle m'a fait perdre les pédales Nitsuko. Perdu le fil du jeu. Et merci pour ton follow et de passer à cette heure-là.
Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people
On est en
whose last
enfer.
memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
Oh oh. Arriverai-je à la fin du jeu, peut-être?
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involve the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin.
Non, on m'avait dit qu'il y avait des mises à jour sur
That's
PUBG.
why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's
Moi aussi, j'y joue une fois de temps en temps.
Of course, an
Je me
obol
fais des
was a kind of
cachotteries
Greek
de jeu
coin,
comme ça.
because we inherited
Moi, je
this
te l'ai toujours
knowledge
dit,
from
mais
the
bon,
Greeks.
t'entends ce que tu veux, donc.
Bah, comme toi.
C'est pas vrai. J'entends, mais j'écoute pas.
Ce bol est une sorte de pièce grecque à grec.
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero.
Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Ben non, je suis pas Hercule.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Truly? Then why are you still here? I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion. Truly. Thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side. Isn't the great temple majestic?
Bon. Moi, je crois que je vais arrêter là, parce que ça fait déjà 7 heures que je stream et apparemment, j'ai pas fini le jeu. Hein. Donc, ouais, je vais stopper là, on reprendra le jeu dans la semaine. Voilà, voilà. Bon, bah, bisous, bonne nuit à tout le monde. Et puis à demain, si tout va bien. Voilà, voilà. Alors, est-ce qu'on va chez Petit Juste? On peut aller chez Petit
Tu peux y aller, ouais.
Petit Juste, du coup. Hein? Hop.
Et j'avais testé de lancer une game et c'est injouable, tu peux rien faire. Déjà tu mets 15 ans à trouver une game et quand tu la trouves... Salut Mira, merci pour ton raid. Merci beaucoup, c'est trop gentil Mira. Et on dit tous bonjour à Mira, allez. Kaboum. Mais c'est pas grave, c'est le geste qui compte en vrai. Je suis content, moi, ça me fait plaisir. C'est le principal. Ah là, exactement, t'as tout compris, c'est le geste qui compte. Bon, du coup, ça va, ton stream s'est bien passé? De Steam, ça va, quel Steam? Ouais, mais le jeu est à 40 balles, je crois. 7 heures de stream, je commence à fatiguer. Ah bah oui, tu m'étonnes. Moi, j'en suis à 5h15. Je sais pas si j'améliore. Bon, je peux refaire une manche avec, je pense. Ah ouais, t'as joué à quoi du coup? T'as fait ta peinture, non? J'ai avancé sur mon jeu. Ah ouais, t'as fait quoi le jeu de colonie là, je sais pas quoi? Ah, je connais pas. Oui, je l'ai eu. Je l'ai. Non, ah oui, le jeu a l'air facile. Ah oui, a l'air être facile. Je sais plus si je t'ai regardé y jouer, je m'en rappelle plus. Trop temps pour boucle temporelle. Époque 0. Ah ouais! Ça a l'air sympa. Tu dois découvrir des trucs pour sortir de la boucle. Ah, ça a l'air pas mal en vrai. À voir comment c'est fait, mais jamais je vais me réveiller. Oui, mais tu vas pas te réveiller, mais au moins t'auras un PC. Mais si, mais d'ailleurs tu seras réveillé parce que tu vas pas dormir. Un problème, une solution, physique. Jeu d'enquête. Ah ouais, d'accord. C'est sympa. Ouais, c'est... De ce que tu m'en dis, ça a l'air pas mal en vrai. Demain je travaille normalement, mais je vais pas aller travailler. Tu bosses dans quoi, Netsuko? D'ailleurs, je sais pas si t'as vu Mira, mais du coup j'ai fait découvrir un jeu elfique. Et je pense qu'il aime bien. Si tu stream toute la nuit, en vrai c'est possible, je dors pas. Mais sauf que je vais pas stream toute la nuit. Oh, 3h30 Star fou là. Ça va que demain j'ai rien de prévu parce que là... Le développement web, logiciel, programme et test d'instru... Ah oui, mais c'est pour ça que tu t'y connais autant en... Tu dis des mots chelous là. Cave zombie cellulaire. Ouais, c'est ça exactement. Je pense pas qu'il connaissait avant et... En vrai c'est un très bon jeu. Pour moi c'est le meilleur jeu qui existe. Et pas que pour moi d'ailleurs, je pense que plein de monde pense pareil.
Ah.
Vous avez quel âge? Moi j'ai 23. Mais non, mais c'est une blague, ils étaient encore là. Fais chier. Moi j'ai 23 aussi, ouais. Physique 11 ans, il est con lui. Non, Physique il a 32 ans lui. Oui, ça les vraies soirées BO2 zombies c'est pour jouer jusqu'à 6h du matin. Ouais, mais c'est ça en plus. Et là je sais que moi si ça tient qu'à moi je continue à jouer toute la nuit hein. C'est ça le pire dans tout ça, tu vois. Mais bon, j'ai une famille, j'ai pas que ça à faire. Surtout je vais me faire engueuler. Bah un peu que je me connais, j'ai pas fait des études. Enfin, bah oui, tu m'étonnes. Mais du coup, c'est bon à savoir, tu vois, si j'ai des problèmes, je viendrai te voir. Moi aussi, Base Game Body, oh, bah ouais, on est d'accord. Les virus du premier zombie. Non, mais je me suis fait. Mais. N'importe quoi, je me suis fait manger. Mais... Ouais, je vais faire manche 30, hein. Pas sur cette map. Tu viens pas pirater. Déjà, c'est la merde avec la mise à jour de Windows en ce moment. Mais non, en vrai, Physique, il a 15 ou 16 ans, je crois. Ça, je télécharge. Mais, ouais, mais je pense que c'est ça en vrai. Mais bon, il faut, je sais pas quoi. Moi, j'ai un PC de ouf et genre, j'ai pas les bons composants pour. Non, j'ai lancé sur cette map. Putain, fais chier. En gros, on me paye pour tester si une machine est bien sécurisée. S'il n'y a pas, on intervient pour sécuriser la machine. Alors que justement en difficulté. Je peux pas, genre c'est soit original ou facile. Je mets original si tu veux. Manche 30. Allez, manche 30. As-tu j'ai 21. Ah ouais, t'as 21. Je suis trop vieille pour dire mon âge. Mais non, Mira, t'es toute jeune. Je vois pas de quoi tu parles. Y'a que des majeurs ici, ouais. Ouais, sauf toi. Sauf toi, du coup. On accepte tout le monde, exactement. Vers 40, Mira Medium. En vrai, même moi, je sais pas quel âge elle a. En ce moment, je fais des opti Windows pour améliorer les FPS, clipping, etc. Mais genre, tu le fais pour toi personnellement ou tu le fais genre, Original. 21 ans, 2 enfants. Mec, tu peux arrêter de me copier, s'il te plaît? Enfin, après, j'ai 23 ans et 2 enfants, mais... J'ai 10 000 ans, en fait. Ah ouais, t'es un dinosaure, non? Mira la dinosaure. Mira le diplodocus. Mais non, je vais pas mourir déjà.
Ah.
Ah, manche 30, c'est vénère, hein, c'est vrai. Ah, pour ceux qui te demandent.
Ah.
2 ans marié chez enfant. Non, mais frère, c'est bon. Après, il va me dire, il est millionnaire. Ah oui, d'accord. Non, mais je suis tombé sur la tête d'un zombie. Oui, mais est-ce que t'as une Mustang? Ça, c'est une bonne question, ça. Là, il va dire non, j'ai une Ferrari. C'est l'âge de mon âme. T'es toute jeune, ça va, je m'attendais à plus. Tu vois, généralement, les gens qui s'achètent un PC, gens qui ont un PC qui a... Ah ouais, genre, tu les améliores, quoi, en gros. Enfin, tu les... Qui veut l'opti pour les choses. Ok. Mentionné dans l'idée que l'homme doit être plus vieux que la femme. En fait, je suis une cougar. Non, Mercedes B 2021. Bon, c'est nul, Mercedes. C'est mieux BM. Et là, on va lancer une polémique, là. Ah, ça va se battre dans les commentaires, là. Tiens, d'ailleurs, chocolatine ou pas en chocolat?
Non. Propulsion, on appelle ça.
Ah oui.
Mais en vrai, le best, ça reste quand même Ford Mustang, tu vois. Perso, j'aime pas la traction arrière. Alors, Mira, ça existe pas traction arrière. On dit soit propulsion, soit traction. Merde. Du coup, je regarde le chat et je me fais niquer. Mais non, je me fais pas niquer, ça passe. Pour le joueur français.
Viens me faire un petit code. Hein?
Ah.
Petite pause. Ah, Bugatti, tu peux pas tester ou alors Mustang. Le Bugatti, trop cher. Mais niveau chevaux, ça va. Mustang, ouais, Mustang, c'est classe. C'est très bien, Mustang. Un plus X, c'est bien, Mustang. BM, c'est nul. Merco, c'est nul. Nous, on veut les RX-7 avec du moteur rotatif. Ouais, c'est pas mal, les RX-7. Ouais, franchement, ouais. Mais BM, c'est bien aussi. Le propulsion, merci. Avant j'habitais à Strasbourg, c'était pain au chocolat, maintenant je vis à Narbonne, c'est chocolatine. Mais c'est chocolatine et ça a toujours été chocolatine. Sinon le mot n'existerait pas. Prends encore vite. Physique, je vais t'égorger. M'en fous, je mange les deux, ouais j'avoue. Mais de toute façon c'est la même chose donc. Puis que j'ai aussi follow ta chaîne. Tac. Je préfère 2 chevaux la 4ème. Ouais, après c'est autre chose. À moins 2 chevaux quoi. J'ai failli mourir là. Ou alors l'Audi format sport. Non, non, non. Non, 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 non. Pas de ça ici. Dans ces cas-là, ouais, Mercedes c'est bien. Ouais. Quoique ça dépend lesquels en vrai. Voilà pour courir vite. Mais mec, courir vite ça va pas me soigner. Ou ça va pas mettre double coup. Attends, mais c'est qu'il y a encore du monde là. Je l'avais pas vu.
Arrête, ils vont pas connaître.
Vas-y, justement.
Oh yes. Ça c'est good. Vous venez de quelle région? Moi je suis Charente. Sud-ouest. Je suis une vieille, j'aime les voitures de collection. Comme Excalibur ou les Henri Martin. Ah, je connais pas du tout Excalibur.
Tiens.
Genre moi, tu me dis voiture de collection, c'est une Ford Mustang vieille, tu vois. Non, en vrai, je déconne. Perso, j'ai pas de voiture, j'ai des motos. Mais moto, c'est encore mieux que voiture, en vrai. Sauf si tu roules en trail.
Oh.
Tu vas pas courir vite. Mais tu vas courir vite. Oui, mais je vais me soigner vite aussi. T'inquiète. Putain, il en veut. Mais mec, quand tu joueras au pire, tu l'achèteras, toi. Paris. Il y a du monde à Paris. Oh, putain, il y a beaucoup de monde quand même, pas mal. Peut-être Paris ou Paris même. Le film, la soupe au chou. Mais ouais, la soupe au chou, c'est la base. Limit John, ce film, la soupe au chou. Parle-moi du chat ou de la quai des... Oh là. Mais non, mais t'es fou, cours vite mec, ça te sauve trop de situations. Genre quand tu veux passer dans les couloirs serrés et tout, ça peut te sauver 10 fois la vie, genre. Mais meurs, putain. Elle est chiante, elle. Tu vois, là j'aurais courir vite, j'aurais pas été rouge par exemple. J'aurais pas été dans la merde. Essayer de s'en sortir, parce que là ça commence à puer du cul un peu. Starfou là. Je t'ai envoyé Excalibur en photo. Ouais, j'irai voir après ma game. Il va pas tarder à se finir, je pense. Ya. Ouais, tu vois, je t'avais dit. Même moto, c'est chaud à Paris. Bah, à Paris, il y a tout qui est chiant de toute façon. Moi, je pourrais pas vivre là-bas. Je mignonne. Du haut de mes 16 ans, je vais rien te faire. Non, tu te calmes. Ouais, Zilou, merci en tout cas de ton follow, c'est super gentil. Merci d'être venu discuter et tout, c'est trop cool. Et du coup, ouais, bah, bonne nuit et puis à demain peut-être. Bon, moi je pense que je vais en faire une petite dernière. Mange 20 tranquillement. Bon, on mange 30 en vrai, c'est bien, on mange 30. C'est pas la bonne map. Dommage, on peut même pas mettre genre manchant, tu vois, genre histoire de bien se faire éclater la gueule. Non, mais non. J'ai même pas eu le temps de prendre ma sto, je suis déjà mort. Bon, on va en refaire une. Je déteste Paris, je suis la seule capitale qui compte pour moi, c'est Dijon. Bah, en vrai, moi je suis jamais allé à Paris, tu vois, mais. En fait, il y a genre juste la circulation, ça doit être horrible, genre. Moi je suis bien à la campagne. En plus j'ai la fibre à la campagne, c'est nickel. Ouais, je vais te dire quand je suis parti sans regarder ce que je t'ai envoyé. Ah putain. Eh ouais, non mais attends, mais je déconne moi aussi. Je vais voir de
De
suite.
quoi?
Il m'a dit, je finis ma game et je vais regarder ce que tu m'as envoyé.
Ah oui. Ah
Et
oui,
j'ai
c'est
fait,
ça.
et voilà, je m'en doutais, tu recommences une partie sans regarder ce que je t'ai envoyé.
C'est qu'il a causé là.
Oui, j'ai entendu.
Putain, c'est grave stylé en vrai.
C'est l'Excalibur que j'ai envoyé.
C'est grave stylé. T'inquiète, demain c'était chaud, on fait manche plus sans manche. Ouais, mais mec, de ouf hein. Faut juste pas que ça dure trop longtemps parce qu'en vrai c'est chiant, tu vois. Après si on tue, genre si on traîne pas, tu sais, comme genre à tuer un zombie, attendre qu'il respawn, le retuer, attendre qu'il respawn, tu vois. Si on fait pas ça, ça va. Si on tue vite et qu'on joue vite, tu vois. Un gameplay dynamique. Même à pied c'est horrible. Mais ouais, je me doute. Puis même, il doit y avoir du monde partout, tout le monde doit te bousculer, ça doit être trop chaud. Et puis en plus quand tu rentres chez toi, genre t'es dans un appartement tout serré, tout... que tu payes 14 000 balles par mois. C'est horrible, c'est ouais, bah oui, tu m'étonnes. Lui c'est bien, pied fort. Ouais, peut-être de nuit quand tous les violeurs sont sortis, ouais, ça doit être bien. Du coup, Physique il aime bien sortir la nuit. T'as vu mon style de voiture? Ouais, mais c'est un bon style de voiture du coup. Même moi, tu vois, je kiffe les vieilles voitures, mais je suis plus, admettons, si je te dis, admettons, une vieille voiture de chez BM, c'est une E30 par exemple, tu vois. Ça, c'est le genre de vieille voiture que je kiffe. Après, je sais que c'est pas très vieux non plus, mais. C'est plus vieux que moi, quoi. Ah non, tu vois, je vite. Ouais, bah c'est ce qu'il faut faire, c'est mieux. Une petite R5 Gordini. C'est pas mal aussi. Bah, moi, j'aime pas trop les petites citadines comme ça, tu vois. Je suis plus grosse berline.
Ah ouais, non mais...
Genre, je trouve ça bien, tu vois. Genre, je sais que c'est des bonnes caisses et tout. Mais si j'avais l'occasion d'en acheter une, je prendrais pas ça, tu vois. De toute façon, en champ t'as plus le temps de tuer un zombie par un zombie. Bah oui, c'est ça. C'est purement stylé. me chercher, Pius. Bah ouais. Je te fais monter dans ma Mustang. Une cox. Ouais, mais c'est la base aussi, les cox. Le Civic, c'est dégueulasse, mec. Enfin, genre les nouvelles là, elles sont moches. Les anciennes, ouais, c'est des putains de caisses que tu peux mettre des milliers de chevaux dedans. Il y a des vidéos sur internet, ils font 1200 chevaux les trucs. C'est n'importe quoi. C'est simple, tu fais 10 km, faut que tu changes les pneus. Mais j'ai... Quitte à mettre du fric dans une bagnole, je préférais une bonne Saline S7. Ouf. Ouais. En vrai... En vrai, ouais, c'est une bonne caisse, tu vois, mais... C'est vraiment dans les gros sportives, là. T'as vraiment dans les hypercars, tu vois. Moi, franchement, si j'avais les moyens, genre, ça serait soit une Nissan GTR R34, là. Sinon, qu'est-ce que ça serait? Si, il y a les gros Ford de... Je sais plus comment ça s'appelle. De chez Ford, là, les gros 4x4, ça ressemble à des trucs énormes. Je sais pas comment dire. Genre, c'est des gros pare-chocs énormes. Le truc, il fait 2 mètres de haut. Ça, je kifferais trop aussi. Prends une Formule 1 MDR. T'es sûr que la vitesse... Ouais, tu m'étonnes. Le Bronco... Non, 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 c'est pas le Bronco, c'est genre un pick-up. Et je sais plus comment il s'appelle, c'est un Shelby, je crois. C'est le Ford Shelby, un truc comme ça. Mais le truc, c'est un monstre. Si tu le vois sur internet, c'est... Salut frérot, comment ça va?
Monster Truck.
Bordel, 150 Raptors. Non, les Raptors, c'est les... C'est les fortes normales, je crois, ça.
Ah oui, Covid.
Monster Truck, non, non, pas non plus un Monster Truck. Quoique, en vrai, pour faire le con dans les champs, ça doit être trop bien un Monster Truck. Non, mais ouais, je crois que c'est le Ford... C'est le Ford Shelby, je crois, il s'appelle. Mais je suis pas sûr à 100%. Mais c'est de la dinguerie, le truc, il fait 2 mètres de haut. Ouais, ça va nickel. On est encore sur du zombie, comme tu peux voir.
Bon, au dodo. Ah.
Bon là, ça va être la merde un peu. Ou alors Mustang en chasse. Mec, je pourrais jamais monter dans un avion de chasse. Même si c'est... En vrai, si... Genre si j'ai l'occasion, je dirais que je le fais, tu vois, mais... Tu dois tellement flipper, je pense. Je pense qu'une fois que t'es dedans, tu regrettes, tu vois. La Batmobile, mais c'est pareil, ça je kifferais trop aussi. Mais par contre, tous les jours où je roule en Batmobile, je me déguise en Batman du coup.
Merde.
La 200, je connais pas.
Bon, allez, nous, dodo. Non, ouais, ça marche, mon Elfic. Bah, du coup, à demain, ouais, bonne nuit. Passez une bonne nuit, reposez-vous bien. Et puis à demain. Au K2000, ouais, voiture de K2000 aussi. Ça aussi, je kifferais trop.
Non,
C'est toutes des voitures
celle-là.
emblématiques, même la Dodge. La Dodge
La
Challenger.
General Lee.
Des Duke là, comment ça s'appelle? Sheriff Fais-moi peur. Ça, c'est pareil, c'est une
Ah
voiture
bah,
de rêve, ça
tiens,
aussi.
il en parle plus maintenant.
Je suis dans la merde. Je pense à faire une game au dessert. général dit exactement. Ça c'est mon rêve, mais vraiment. Genre c'est pour moi c'est équivalent à la Ford Mustang, tu vois.
Allez, moi je coupe et dodo. Allez, hop.
DMC DeLorean. Non, moi je kiffe pas du tout. Pour moi on dirait une vieille BX. Désolé de le dire comme ça. Je suis pas du tout fan de la DeLorean. J'aime bien le film mais c'est tout. Ouais, en vrai elle tabasse quand même dans la tête celle-là. Ouais, tu m'as envie de jouer une clé. Moi, je te dis toute la soirée là j'ai fait que du zombie presque. Je me suis éclaté. Le pire c'est que je m'en lasse pas quoi, c'est un truc de fou. Là il va être 4 heures tu vois et je pourrais jouer encore 2 heures.
Allez, zouf. Il a pas vu mon bonne nuit. Hein? Oui.